Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Yallo, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, Mr. Edison. Long time no see.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, John Lord.
Good morning, brother Jeff,
Hey, Lily.
and David as well.
Hey, first up, I have Mr. Cripps.
My specially assigned prosecutor's up there.
Okay, great. Who are you here on?
Rodney Wheeler.
Good. Ready on the
Holland case number 2306-009801, people of the state of Michigan versus Rodney Wheeler. Defendant charged in counts 1 and 2, prostitution, assaulting nerves. Count 3, controlled substance, delivery, manufacturing cocaine, heroin, or another narcotic less than 50 grams. Count 4, human trafficking and fraud. Count 5 and 6, human trafficking, forced labor. Count 7, prostitution, keeping house up. Count 8, controlled substance, second or subsequent offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender offense notice.
appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kristen Cartwright on behalf of the people, P82411.
Hey, good morning, Judge David Cripps, P34972, appearing on behalf of Rodney Darrell Wheeler. He's currently in the Wayne County Jail. If he's not on, I'm prepared to waive his appearance. I saw him in jail yesterday.
Okay, that's not there. Right.
No.
Okay. Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I met with Mr. Wheeler. In fact, I've represented him on past cases, so I'm well aware of his psychological history. He's had a series of strokes. When I tried to consult with him regarding the events on this, he has no memory. He blames it on his stroke situation. He has psychological issues from the past. He's been to the forensic center before. I have a good faith basis for making a request for referral for competency, stand trial, and criminal responsibility evaluations.
The court will refer the defendant for a competency evaluation to the forensic center. We'll set a review date for March 11, 2024 at 8:30.
It's good for the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's fine.
Judge, one last thing. There's $1 million bond in this case. I would ask for pretrial services report, please.
I don't know if they'll do that.
Can we hold that in advance until the competency report comes back?
What?
My request for pretrial services. Yes. Thank you.
I'll continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day. Thank you.
Good morning again, Mr. Yallo.
Says company.
Great morning again to you, Judge. Good to see you and whoever else I can see.
You're here on McGowan.
I am, and I don't know if that's Mr. McGowan in the Wayne County Jail. Because that's
What's
where
your
I
name?
think he is.
Jail, sir. Wayne County Jail, what's your name?
Floor.
No.
The floor? Okay.
That's okay, Judge. I can waive Mr. McGowan's presence. I've had conversation with Ms. Drain about this matter. We're waiting on our digital discovery. Okay.
Yes.
Calling case number 2306-010501 for the state of Michigan versus Male Madonna. Defendant is charged in count 1, weapons, firearm. Discharge in the building. Count 2, weapons, stolen firearm. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4, weapons, stolen firearm. Count 5, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Your Honor, Shelley Drain for the 049.
Lillian Diallo, P52036, on behalf of Mr. Lagan. I don't know if he's present. I don't see him present at this time. So I would waive his presence. I will note he is on a 100,000 cash bond. And I have had conversation with the Wayne County Jail, and as of right now, they cannot locate him, so I believe he's out. So I've sent a letter.
And the court will waive the defendant's rights. What's your pleasure?
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that this matter be set down maybe in 2 weeks instead of 1 week, so that we can get the discovery for a preliminary exam.
Ms. Drain, when are you gonna get that discovery from Ms. Diallo?
Yes, Your Honor, I don't have any, the paper discovery, there's no issue with, I don't believe. But for the digital discovery, don't need, already sent an email to the officer in charge requesting that. I'm going to have that very soon. But as of this morning, I had not heard anything back yet from the officer in charge about the digital discovery.
Oh. Maybe we should set it next week then, Judge, for PCC. Continue to make sure I get that discovery.
No, I think I'm gonna go with your original.
Oh, I have great ideas, don't I?
And I wanna do that because I'm gonna be gone half the month of December.
Oh, okay. Any day but the 12th works for me.
All right, how about December 15th at 10 o'clock?
Oh, yeah, the Friday. Yes, sir. 15 at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We continue.
Everybody have a good weekend and take care, everybody. Good to see you,
too.
Judge, for
You-
real.
you
I haven't
too,
seen
Mr.
anybody.
All right.
Bye-bye, y'all.
Here now, enjoy.
What time was it, Your Honor?
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
I have a PCC with Mr. Willie Jackson. He's on Zoom.
Okay. Ready on Jackson.
Yes, sir.
Holland, case number 2305-986401. People of the state of Michigan versus William Jackson Jr. Defendant's charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, weapons felony firearm. Count 4, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Oh, you're muted.
Honor Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the Honorable Court, Vassal Johnson II, P72130 on behalf of Mr. Jackson. He's present on Zoom and consists of being present on Zoom.
Mr. Jackson, unmute yourself and tell us your name for the record.
Willie Jackson Jr.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor, just requesting an exam date.
All right, the court will continue. If not guilty, we'll set this matter for preliminary examination on how is December 8th at 9:15?
I have a Royal Oak matter. Can I have a later time?
December 8th at 11?
Sure. I'll that should be fine.
December 8th at 11 o'clock, final we continue.
Thank you, Judge. Oh, and I sent over an order granting discovery. If your court could please send over the signed copy, and I'm just waiting for the 911 calls from Ms. Drain.
Yes, and I requested those. I'll send them to you as soon as I have them.
Okay, sure. Thank you, and thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day. Good morning, Mr. Edison.
Good morning, Judge. I have Ms. Parks, Sierra Parks.
Okay.
Ms. Parks, unmute yourself and audio. Ms. Parks,
Yes, sir.
Okay,
You can hear me?
yes, but put your video on.
Okay. Is it on?
No, there
There
you
you
go.
go.
There you
Yeah.
go.
All right, Ms. Parks, you recognize you're in court, right? What's that on your head?
A bond in my hair not done.
You have to remove that.
All right.
Yeah.
Ready to
You're ready.
call in case number 23060082001. People of the state of Michigan versus Dara Parks.
De'Ara Parks.
De'Ara Parks.
Yes.
Charged in count 1, police officer assaulting, resisting, obstructing. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Jeffrey Edison, P25912, on behalf of De'Ara Parks, who is present via Zoom with consent. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Tell me your name for the record, Ms. Parks.
De'Ara Parks.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Edison?
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to discuss this matter with Ms. Parks, and as a result of my discussions with her, she wishes to waive her preliminary examination at this time.
Okay, Ms. Parks, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Ma'am, you understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one, and you'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged in the complaint for. You understand that?
No, what did you say? I didn't hear you. My bad.
You have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one, and you'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged in the complaint more. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination?
Yes, sir.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, that was probably cause to believe you committed it.
Yes, sir.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
Yeah, yes, you said as a witness?
Okay, let's try it again. Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
Oh, no, sir.
Has anyone promised you anything?
No, sir.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
The court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given. The court will therefore bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. Her arraignment on the information date and time will be December 15th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Thank you,
Thank
Judge.
you, Ms. Benson.
All right, thank you. Everyone have a great day. Ms. Parks, I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
All right.
Is that Mr. Dox?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
Mr. Wilborn, Arden.
Okay. Ready, I'm Wilborn.
Case number 23060095001. People of the state of Michigan versus Arden Pool. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to be bodily harm less than real by strangulation. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, police officer assaulting, resisting, obstructing. Count 4, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please. You're on mute again, Ms. Drain.
Sorry. Yeah. Good morning. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 0249.
And good morning, Your Honor, and your staff. Attorney Quentin Dox, P number 79657. On behalf of my client, Mr. Arden Wilborn, Your Honor, I'm asking to waive his presence for the purpose of this hearing.
The court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
I have received discovery, Your Honor. I would like to set up for a preliminary exam.
The court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. Is your client in custody?
He was, Your Honor. I think he made bail, but he did have a bond. I think he made that.
I got him still in custody, Your Honor.
Okay. Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination on December 8th at 10:45.
Your Honor, if we can make it at 11:30, that'd be perfect for me. I have a little, 3 preliminary matters in circuit court. Shouldn't last long.
Okay, December 8th at 11:30. Bond will be
Yeah.
continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you to your staff. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Mr. LaFleur, we're just waiting on your attorney.
Bye, Shelley.
That's fine. What's that?
So they bringing them in.
Amen. How you doing? Good, how you doing? All right. Quinn. Mr. Quinn,
Yes, I'm here, Judge.
you here for the floor?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. Ready on the floor.
Calling case number 2306011201, people of the state of Michigan versus Kenneth of Florida. Defendant is charged with assault with intent to prevent bodily harm less than murder by strangulation. Count two, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, second offense violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The people 60.
Good morning, Judge. Christopher Quinn, P69483, appearing on behalf of Mr. LaFleur, who is appearing via Zoom today.
Tell us your name for the record, Mr. LaFleur.
My name is Ramon LaFleur.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Quinn?
We're just requesting an exam in this case, Judge.
The court will continue the plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is December 8th at 10:45? You're muted, sir.
So on the safe side, can we do like 11 or I got 11 would be a little safer.
December 8th at 11:15?
Yeah, 11:15 would be even better, Judge.
All right, December 8th at 11:15. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Jim.
That's it.
You're all set, sir.
If you can, could you bring me Langston and Walker for the judge? Roger that for Judge King.
He turned right back on. Oh, they turned up. Key. It's on the first floor. It's a key.
This is Ms. Walker.
Okay, great.
Turn on.
Ms. Walker.
Yeah, right.
Is that her? Is it for- December 6th at 10:15.
Hey, Deputy? Wayne County Jail.
Yes, Your Honor.
We did Ms. Walker's case earlier this week. Her matter's been set for preliminary exam on December 6th at 10:15. At 10:15.
December 6th, 10:15. Any change in bond, Your Honor?
No, bond continue.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. McAlpine.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good morning, sir. Ready on Langston?
Yeah, is it possible to place me in a breakout room with her?
I don't see Ms. Langston.
She's not on the call. Okay. 1 minute, Judge. Let me check something here.
She's in custody. Wayne County Jail, do you have a Ms. Langston for me? Do you have a Ms. Langston for me?
My partner is getting her right this moment, Your Honor.
Okay, great, thank you.
Ms. Langston?
Okay, great. We're ready on this.
Calling case number 236008001, people of State Michigan versus Carl Langston. Defendant charged with count one, police officer assaulting, resisting, and obstructing. Count two, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge. Warren McAlpine appearing on behalf of Carla Langston. She's appearing via Zoom. We consent to the Zoom hearing. My P number is 52522.
Ms. Langston, tell us your name for the record.
Langston?
What's your pleasure, Mr. McAlpine?
Judge, if possible, can I speak with Ms. Langston for a few minutes in the breakout room?
Okay, hang on. Join the breakout room.
Thank you.
Okay, are you ready, Mr. McAlpine?
We're ready, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, we are back on the record on People versus Carla Langston. What's your pleasure, sir?
Judge, after speaking with Ms. Langston, I explained to her her right to a preliminary exam, the purpose of the exam, the probable cause standard, and she has indicated that she wants to waive that exam, and she's doing so voluntarily and willingly. Is that correct, Ms. Langston? She's having some problem with her audio, Judge.
Ms. Langston, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Do you understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination? By waiving the same, that means you won't have one and you'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged with a complaint warrant. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination?
Kind of.
If you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, that there's probable cause, not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but probable cause to believe you committed it. They would do so by calling witnesses to come forward and testify as to what actually took place or allegedly took place. Your attorney would have an opportunity to cross-examine those witnesses. At the end of the day, if I feel that the people have met their burden of probable cause, I would bind the matter over to Third Circuit Court, where you would be arraigned on the information, which means you're told what you're formally being charged with. From that point on, you and your attorney would either discuss any plea negotiations that may be available to you at that time or schedule for trial. By waiving your preliminary examination, we skip that part about witnesses coming forth to testify. You'll be bound over to Third Circuit Court, arraigned on the information, which again means told what you're formally charged with, and you and Mr. McAlpine will discuss any plea negotiations that are available to you or scheduled for trial. Do you understand now?
I can't really hear. I hear the officers outside. I don't hear you.
You need me to say that all over again, right?
Well, I heard most of it, but some of it I did not hear. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna try one more time. You're entitled to have a preliminary examination. If you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crimes you're charged with were committed in the city of Detroit and that there's probable cause, not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but probable cause to believe you committed them. They would do so by calling witnesses to testify as to what allegedly took place. Your attorney would have an opportunity to cross-examine those witnesses. At the end of the day, if I'm satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause, then I will bind it over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court, where you'll be arraigned on the information, which means you're told what you're formally charged with. From that point on, you and Mr. McAlpine will either discuss any plea negotiations that are available to you at that time or scheduled for trial. By waiving your preliminary examination, we're going to skip that part about witnesses coming forth to testify. I will bind you over to Third Circuit Court, where you'll be arraigned on the information, and then you will either schedule for trial or discuss any plea negotiations. Do you understand now?
Yes, I understand.
Is it still your wish to waive your preliminary examination?
No, I would like to hold it, please.
Okay. Okay, she wants to hold, Mr. McAlpine.
I guess well, we had discussed it. She said she wanted to waive, but we can hold it.
All right. Court will continue the plea of not guilty. We'll set this matter for preliminary examination on December 8th at 10:45.
December 8th. December 8th at 10:45, Judge?
Yes, sir.
That's fine.
All right, December 8th at 10:45, bond will be continued.
Judge, may we address bond briefly?
Okay.
Miss Langston's bond is currently $100,000, personal with a GPS tether. The reason she's still in jail is she doesn't have anywhere she can tether. She can't go back home. because of the domestic violence component to this case. She does have somewhere to go, but she can't tether there. I'd ask the court to consider just removing the tether and releasing her on the $100,000 personal bond.
Where can she go that she can't be tethered?
Where would you go, Miss?
It would be a shelter, but the shelter, they kick you out of that, so it would be kind of hard to GPS tether to a shelter. Because sometimes they kick you out, you have to find another shelter, and so it's not that easy.
You have no other family you can go to, ma'am? I can't hear you.
No, I'm from Texas, I have no one. I don't have anybody.
Did you understand I didn't? She said no something.
Judge, she's from Texas and doesn't have any family members here, except for a significant other, and I believe he's the complaining witness in the domestic violence case.
My concern is because she has nowhere to go. My concern is her trying to go back to him.
I see. I understand.
Give me 1 second. What shelter were you going to go to? Miss Langston, what shelter were you going to go to?
I'd have to find one. They told me, my cellmates have told me about a few that I could call, that they would help me. I've heard of Naomi's Nest, and a couple others they told me about.
Okay, so I wasn't aware of that. Allegation is that she assaulted an officer as well.
That's correct, Judge. That's correct, Judge.
So it's sort of a tricky position to McAlpine in that she has outside ties of the state of Michigan. You said to Texas.
Yes.
There's no place really to go but with the complaining witness. Although the assault with the complaining witness sounds somewhat minor. The crux of this case is the assault, alleged assault on the police officer and the injury that she caused the officer. How'd you get that black eye? What happened to your eye, Ms. Langston?
The head.
I'm sorry?
I was punched in the side of the head.
By who?
A police officer.
Okay. So officer got his leg back, it looks like. Are you employed anywhere? I can't hear you. Say it again.
Judge, she's a stay-at-home mom. She has three
How many
children. She has
Three
three,
children?
yes.
How old are the children?
She has twins that are 4 months, and she has a 2-year-old boy.
Ms. Drain, how likely is the complaining witness to show up for this?
Your Honor, I'm not sure about the complaining witness. And I have looked at the allegations for that specific charge. However, I do think that it's very likely that the officers are going to show.
Okay. But I'm wondering if the complaining witness is not interested in coming forth, if I could have her tell it to that home.
The notes that I see is that are that he was contacted prior to signing the warrant, and he did what happened. So there's no note in here stating that he did not go forward or he's not going to appear for court.
Would you mind?
May I speak?
Hold on a second. Would you mind checking in to see if the complaining witness is still interested in pursuing this, and if not, would the complaining witness mind if the defendant was to come home?
Okay, I can try to contact him right now, Your Honor, if you'd like.
Yes.
Oh, you can give me a moment.
Okay.
Your Honor, I did just speak with Mr. Trejo, the complaining witness. He does not want her to come home because of the assault.
Okay. All right, Mr. McAlpine, I'm going to continue the bond for right now. We
All
can
right,
reach again after the preliminary examination. So bond will be continued.
All right, thank you, Judge. Everyone have a great weekend.
Thank
I'll
you.
be in touch, Ms. Langston.
So they did not remove the code?
Go.
Hey, now, what's that?
APA Moses is on her list.
Have anybody here for our 10 o'clock?
I think just about everybody's here except for the prosecutor. Well, I haven't seen a big meeting, so.
Judge, did you hear from Ms. Moses?
Yes.
Okay. She wanted me to make sure. Thank you.
Okay. Rich? morning. Early on Charles Smith.
Just want to address something quickly on the record. We're happy.
Where's my Charles Smith?
Right here, Mr. Smith. Stand next to you.
Calling case 2359760, real estate Michigan versus Charles Smith Jr. Pending discharge on count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree relationship. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, second degree person under 13 within 17 years of age or older. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, second degree person under 13 within 17 years of age or older. Appearances for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, P 78491.
Brian Gaggister, Neighborhood Defender Service, P 64220.
Tell us your name for the record, sir.
Charles Smith, Joe.
Today's the date, time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, the day of the PCC, Your Honor, set today's date, subpoenas went out that day. The complainant is Ms. Raven Turner, from mother is Kira Jackson. We've been in touch with both individuals. The mother, Ms. Kira Jackson, has been less than cooperative in this case as far as wanting to bring Kira in. The detective did make physical contact yesterday. She is aware of the date, and Uber is en route to the courthouse by picking her up now, Judge.
Who's on route?
Kira and Raven. So the detective informed me yesterday that if she needed the ride, she would let me know by 8 a.m. I was happy to set up an Uber myself to get her here. I didn't get notice that she needed Uber until 9:35. So as soon as I finished that hearing, I set the Uber, and this was as quick as I could get her here. I just got a text from Uber that the vehicle is at the location where they both reside, and that it's coming.
She's in route.
Yes, Judge. Okay. I apologize. Your Honor.
How far the distance?
It's in the Warren area. Not very far. It said an estimated drop off of 10 30.
Okay. All right.
In hallway on Zoom.
May I say the court position? May I say the
Yeah, just have a seat there.
Your Honor, I have an updated ETA at 10:39.
Marshall Scott. Calling case 2359707, People of the State of Michigan versus Michael Eugene Scott Jr. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 felony firearm, count 3 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Junior for the people, P number 60249.
William Glenn, P 36794, on behalf of Mr. Scott.
Tell me your name was right. Michael Scott. Today's the date, time, set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is a Ms. Renisha Hall. She was notified of today's time of the hearing. She is not present and I cannot speak about her today.
So ordered, court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Judge.
You all say so you can leave. Yeah, shifts into the 10.
They say they have a detainee downstairs.
That's it is downstairs. Okay. I see. Page 19. Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yes. Yeah, it's Friday. Me too. It's a long week after a short week. And then I have CSC actually this week. For Tuesday. That was my last one. Yeah.
Son Judge Bill.
Somebody. So. Detain. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Right now, Charles Smith.
Yes, sir.
We call in 2359760, people of the state of Michigan versus Charles Smith Jr. Finish charged with count 1 and 2. We'll strike that. Count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree relationship. Count 2 and 3, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13 to 17 years of age. Appearances for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, 78491.
Brian Gagnon, sir, neighborhood defender service, P64220.
Is a time set for example related to
Yes, Your Honor. The people have one witness, Ms. Bradenton.
call you.
Thank you.
We would ask for a mutual sequestration. I don't see anyone that belongs with us.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, where you log off.
Your Honor, I would ask an exception to my officer charge. She was just sitting there to get from to come in, Detective Euro Brown.
Any objection? No. Okay. Please raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you. Please have a seat. You wouldn't spot right there. Just put that below. Have a seat. Speak nice and loud with that microphone. Okay. Great. Gotta use your muscles around here. Speak to that microphone to your left. Okay. Maybe when you're ready.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you say your name real loud for the record, please? Right, that's right. And is it spelled Turner? Yes. Okay. And how old are you, Brayden? 44. And back in October 21 of 2022, how old were you? 13. Okay. And do you know anyone by the name of Charles Smith Jr.? Yes. Okay. How do you know that name? Because he's the name. Okay. And before we get any further, do you know the difference between a truth and a lie? Yes. So if I told you it's pouring rain in this courtroom right now, is that a truth or a lie? Yeah. If I said I'm wearing all dark colors, is that truth or a lie? True. You understand the importance of telling the truth today, correct? Yes. So you indicated Charles Smith Jr. was somebody that your mother dated? Yes. Okay, what's your mom's name? Kyra. Okay. And how long did they date? Around 3 years. And when was the first time that you met Mr. Charles Smith? Do you remember that? 2020. Okay. And at any point in time, did you live with him? Yes.
Okay, where did you live with him at?
On Davidson and you are serving and Cherry Lawn.
Okay, so how long were you at that first address, living in the same household with Mr. Smith? Okay, and then you moved to another address?
Yes.
Okay, is mom with you all along the way, he said? Yes. And how long did you live at that second address for?
A month or two.
Okay, what was the street name again?
You are serving.
Okay, and were those two addresses in Detroit?
Yes.
Okay, and then do you remember living at a 14060 Cherry Lawn Street in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne?
Yes.
Okay, and at that location, was Mr. Smith there?
Yes.
Okay, and before we go any further, do you see anyone in this courtroom that you recognize as being Mr. Smith, Charles Smith Jr.?
Yes.
Did you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please identify him by pointing and saying something to Mary?
Brian Gresham.
All right, ask for in-court identification of defendant at this time.
So noted.
Now, Raven, I want to talk about October of 2021. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were living in October of 2021?
Yes.
Okay, where were you living?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did you live on Davidson for?
Couple weeks.
After those couple weeks, did you go anywhere? Did you go to the next address?
Yes.
And what, that was Etzel Circle?
Ewald Circle.
Ewald Circle, thank you. And how long did you stay there for?
A couple of weeks.
Okay. And did something happen in October of 2021 that you remember between you and Mr. Smith? What do you remember happening?
I was laying and
Let me stop right there. Okay. Which address was this at? Sure. Okay. Who was living in the house at the time?
me, Charles, his daughter Kristen, and my own car.
Was there another name that you referred to Charles as?
Yeah.
Okay. And did somebody tell you to call him that, or you just started calling him that? So did you start calling him Dad before or after you moved to that Cherry Lawn address?
Before.
So when you get to that Cherry Lawn address, you indicated you were in your room?
Yes.
Okay, what were you doing in your room at the time?
Watching TV.
And do you have a bedroom door?
Yes.
Was that open or shut?
Shut.
And what do you remember happening?
He walked in the room. He was sitting in the chair. First, we were both watching it. And he got out of the chair. And he got on the bed. And he started to put his fingers out my mouth.
When you are in your room watching TV, are you standing, sitting, or laying down? Okay, you laying on bed? How big is that bed? 26. And while you have your door shut, is Mr. Smith in the room with you initially?
Yes. At first, before, he wasn't.
At what point did he come into the room?
I don't know.
Okay, do you remember him knocking or just coming on in?
Just,
And when he came on in, you said, indicated you have other seating in the room too?
yes.
Okay, and what other seating do you have?
Chair.
And where did you see Mr. Smith go when he first got into the room?
To the chair.
And at some point, you indicated he came closer to you?
Yes.
Do you remember what you were wearing?
I was wearing the rainbow, it's like it's a dress. It's the rainbow and black.
Do you remember if you were wearing any kind of underclothes? You remember, okay. So at what point do you see Mr. Smith come towards you?
He was sitting there and he got up and came over there.
Third, what? Do you remember him saying anything to you as he's in the room with you? And when you say touching you, what was he touching you with? And where did his hands touch on your back?
I can't hear you.
My
Speak into the
breast,
microphone.
my breast and my vaginal area.
While he's touching your breast, is it one hand or two that he's touching you with?
One.
Okay, is it above your clothes or below your clothes?
One.
How are you feeling at that time? Was he saying anything to you at all while he was touching your breasts?
I don't know.
And then you indicated he touched another part of your body?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you refer to that as? What did you call it?
Vagina.
Vagina. Okay. And how, when he touched your vagina, you said you weren't wearing underwear, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember feeling?
Betrayed. Disgust.
Now, his hands, are you familiar with your body? Yes.
Okay, and you're familiar with the tissue box, right?
Yes.
Okay, you remember talking to me in the court, or excuse me, in the witness room a few minutes ago?
Yes.
And we talked about the difference between outside and inside the vagina, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this particular time it was touching your vaginal area, is what you said, right?
Yes.
Is it inside or outside the vaginal area?
Outside.
And how long did that last?
Until I'm not called. So I should go like 10 minutes.
10 minutes. And during that time, does he say anything to you that you can remember?
No.
What made it stop?
My mom called me.
And do you recall him having a cell phone on him? Okay, did he pick up that call?
Yes.
Okay, did he stay in the room or did he leave?
He left.
Do you remember him saying anything to you about that particular incident at any other time?
Yes.
Okay, when?
Then they, like, right after it happened, after we got on the phone, he came back in there, he told me that if I tell anyone that he would hurt me.
And did you think he would actually hurt you or not? How were you feeling at that time? Now I want to talk about, you're still living at that Cherry Lawn address, okay? Is that correct? Did anything else happen about the December of 2020? What happened?
I was in my room, I was on FaceTime, and he came.
Let me ask you this, who are your besties?
Yes.
Dario and Maria.
May I approach you?
Okay.
So you're on a phone with your besties, is that right? Are these people you go to school with?
Yes.
Okay, and what phone are you on?
iPhone and phone.
Okay, is it your phone?
Yes.
And where are you talking to them in?
In my room.
Okay. And do you remember if your bedroom door was open or shut while you're talking?
Shut.
Okay. And do you remember encountering Mr. Smith at any time?
Yes.
Okay, what do you remember?
He walked in the room, and I was sitting on the bed, and my phone was on the dresser, and he started touching my leg until he noticed the phone, and then he walked
Objection,
out
Your
the
Honor,
room.
it's speculative that he noticed the phone.
Sustain.
So let me ask you this, while he's touching you, do you have the phone to your ear or is it
No,
silent?
it's like set up on the dresser.
Okay. And are you still talking back and forth with your friends? Okay. So when you indicated he touched you, where did he touch you at?
On my leg.
Okay. Do you
Starting
remember?
on my leg and worked his way to my bedroom.
Okay. Do you remember what you were wearing?
Shorts and a little top.
So do you remember wearing any kind of underclothes at that time?
Yes.
And when you indicated he touched you, with what part of his body did he touch you? One hand or two, or you don't remember? One hand. Okay. And the touching, where on your body did he touch you? Your legs and where else? Okay. And we talked about inside versus outside a second ago. His hands, when he's touching your vagina, are they inside or outside that area? Say it again? Okay. And was his hand moving at all, or was it staying still?
It was moving.
Okay. And what did it feel like when it was moving? Okay. How are you feeling in general? Say that one more time, sorry.
Scared.
Scared. And how long did that touching last?
Like 15 minutes.
And at some point it stopped? Okay, without speculating about why it stopped, did he leave the room or did he stay in the room? Okay. Did he come back at all? I'm just gonna focus on that time right now. Do you remember him saying anything to you? Not at that time. Did he talk about that incident any other time? All right, now I want to talk about March 17th of 2022. Do you remember that date? Do you remember where you were living at that time?
Sure.
And was Mr. Smith still living in the home?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to jump back and I'm jumping all over the place. I'm sorry. That last incident, was anybody else home at the time?
No.
And on this March of 17th, 2022, you were still at that Cherry Lawn address. What, if anything, happened?
His daughter Crystal, she was downstairs, she was getting ready for work. He asked me to come upstairs and help him clean up the windows upstairs.
Okay, let's talk about the rooms. Where's your bedroom at?
My bedroom is like right here.
And is this house all one level or is it multiple levels?
It's two levels.
Okay, so are all the bedrooms upstairs or main level?
It's two main level, one upstairs.
Okay, so you indicate yours is upstairs, is that right? Your bedroom. And do you know where Mr. Smith typically slept at?
He slept in the room, which is the room next to the window.
Would it be unusual for him to sleep in your room at all, or come visit you in your room? So,
Yes.
so March 17th, 2022, you're in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that door open or is it shut?
It's shut.
Okay, and what are you doing in your room?
I don't know.
Okay. And do you remember seeing Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Do you remember him knocking at all or just coming on you?
He came.
Okay, and what, if anything, did he say to you when he comes in?
He said, can you come upstairs and help me?
So, did you go upstairs?
Yes.
Okay, and what room did you go into?
I went into the room that was upstairs.
Okay, is it a bedroom?
Yes.
And who sleeps in that bedroom? If anyone?
Nobody, they made it into a deep.
Okay, so when you get into that den, is there a door?
Yes.
Okay, is that door open or shut when you get in?
Shut.
So you walk in?
Yes.
Okay. Does he walk in after you or
He
before you?
walked in before me.
And do you shut the door or does he shut the door behind you?
He shut it.
And what's in this room, furniture wise?
Two couches, like a section, and a TV, and a coffee table.
Okay. And where do you go when you get in the room?
Sit on the couch.
And did he tell you to sit there or you just chose to sit there?
I chose to sit there.
Okay, where was he at?
He was standing up.
At some point, did something happen?
Yes.
Okay, what happened?
He started to touch me. He started to run his fingers along the legs and then to my bed. He took my pants off.
Let me stop you there, okay? I'm gonna get a little bit more question here. Do you remember what you were wearing exactly? Okay, but you remember pants?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at what point does he, you're sitting on this, a couch, right? At what point, you said he was on one side of the room, right? At what point does he come closer to you?
He walks over there and he tells me to lay down.
Okay. Lay down on the couch?
Yes.
Okay, and did you do so? Okay. So what happens after he approaches you?
He takes my pants off. Then he starts to feel my legs and touch my vaginal area. And then he made me touch his dick. And then
Okay, let me stop you right there, okay? So when he's touching your vaginal area, is that above or below the lip? So when you had your pants on, you said he took your pants off, right? Were you wearing any kind of panties or underwear?
yes.
Okay. Did those stay on or did those come off? Okay, who took those off? When you say him, are you talking about Mr. Smith? And when he starts touching your vaginal area, is it above or below the underwear panties?
Well,
And we talked about inside versus outside the vaginal area, correct? Do you remember where his fingers were? Were they inside, outside, or both? So as he's touching you, is he saying anything? Do you remember feeling any kind of? How long did that touching last? Him touching you?
like,
And at some point, did his clothes stay on or did they come off? Do you remember what he was wearing? When you say his clothing came off, did all of it come off or only parts of it? And what part came off? And you indicated, do you remember seeing any kind of underwear on him?
yes.
Okay. Were those on or off at this time? Okay, at any point in time did they come off? Okay. Who took them off?
Him.
Okay. And you indicated, let me ask you this, what do you call the part where a man pees on?
Dick.
Okay, his dick. So his dick is how close to you at this time?
It's not close to.
You're still laying down? When you say laying down, we're talking sitting down or fully laying down?
Fully laid down.
At some point, do you stay laying down or do you move?
I laid back.
Okay, where did you move to?
I went back downstairs.
Okay, so let's stay in the room. So you're laying down, at some point, do you stand up or sit down or do you stay laying down? Okay, and what, if anything, does he do?
He takes his pants off and he told me to sit up, so I sit up. And then he's standing like in front of me with his dick in my face. And he told me to play with it, and then I did. And then,
When you say play with it, what did his dick look like, if you can remember? Was it hard, was it soft, or something else?
it was hard.
Okay. And did you actually touch him on his dick?
Yes.
Okay. How long did that last?
Like, until I got really done with it.
Did he tell you how to touch him?
Yes.
Okay, what did he say? If you remember?
He said, move my hand.
Move your hand up and down? Okay, did you do that? And while you're moving your hand up and down, what are you wearing at that time, if you can remember?
The shirt and the.
Do you remember anything happening, either before, during, or after, him making you touch him?
Yes.
What do you remember?
After I stopped touching him and he told me to let me down, lay me down, and he finished maybe something like that. I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you, okay, that's fine. Do you remember any observations looking at yourself and noticing anything about yourself?
Yes.
What did you notice? Okay.
I seen white stuff
And where was that white stuff?
on my stomach.
Was that on your bare skin or was there a shirt cover?
On my wrist.
Do you remember, Mr. Smith saying anything to you, after the fact, after he had finished? And what, if anything, did you do next?
I went downstairs to the bathroom to clean some.
And do you remember telling anybody about what had happened?
Yes.
Who was the first person you told?
My best friend is already.
And how old is the son?
She's 14.
I know the questions.
Cross-exam.
Raven, if I ask you a question you don't understand, please tell me, okay? I'm gonna ask you some questions right now, okay?
Okay.
Could you spell, if you know how to spell the name of the person you just said, Zaria?
Azaria.
Azaria. How do you spell
A''Zaria.
it? And who is Azaria to you?
My best friend.
For how long?
Since kindergarten.
When did you tell Azaria what had happened?
The Monday after.
Which we talked about 3 different incidents.
The last time.
The last time, the Monday following?
Yes.
How did you tell Azaria? And what I mean by that is, did you say it in person like we're doing today? Did you do it over the phone? Did you do it by text message?
In person.
In person. What grade are you in right now? Are you in the same school you were when all of these 3 incidents happened?
No.
Is that because the school only holds up to certain grades, or is there a different reason?
Because the school only goes up to certain.
After you told Azaria, do you know if Azaria told anyone?
We went together to tell our vice principal.
Was it just you and Azaria to tell the vice principal?
No.
Who else was with you?
Daria.
Dario? How do you spell that?
DARRILE.
So you told Azaria first. Was Dario with you when you told Azaria the first time?
Yes.
So you told both of them at the same time?
Yes.
Okay, and then all 3 of you went to the vice principal?
Yes.
When you met with the vice principal, was anyone else there that was older authority or school related?
Yes.
Who else was present?
My counselor.
Was anyone else present?
And the principal.
Principal. Was your mother present?
Not at first, not the first time we got it.
Well, did you have a second time?
Yes, but they were both on the same day.
They were on the same day.
Yes.
Second time your mother was then present.
Yes.
Now, after that, did you have any other meetings at all with the school?
Yes.
And when I say the school, that's your vice principal or your principal. How many other meetings did you have with the school?
I had weekly check-ins with the school
Weekly check-ins. And how long did that last for?
until I graduated from the school.
What school did you graduate from?
Over Academy.
Hope Academy. Now, aside from the school being involved, was anyone else involved, like CPS?
Yes,
Do you know what CPS is?
yes.
What is CPS? When did they become involved?
Not till the school.
Do you know if the school was the one who contacted them, or were you part of it with them as well?
The school was the one who contacted.
Did you ever meet with CPS?
Yes.
Did you do that with your mother as well?
First, I was on my shoe, and then I was.
Do you know when you first met with CPS? And
They came to, they came to our residence, and we had, they came here, and they talked to me, and then they talked to my mom.
Okay, and this is the same day that you told Azari and Dario?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. And that's the Monday following the third incident?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how many times did you meet or talk with CPS?
I don't remember.
Did you ever talk with CPS, sort of like we're talking right now, this is called testimony. Did you ever testify with CPS?
I don't remember.
Did you ever sit down in any chair like this or sit with professional people, have to swear to tell the truth, anything like that?
Yes.
Did you do that with CPS?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you have to swear to tell the truth with CPS? One time. How long ago was it that you had to swear to tell the truth with CPS?
I don't remember.
Who else lived? There was 3 locations you talked about. 2 of them you weren't there very long, and then it's Cherry Lawn, correct?
Yes.
Who was living there besides Mr. Smith, your mother, yourself?
Crystal.
And Crystal is Mr. Smith's
Daughter.
How old is she about, if you know?
I believe around 28, 29.
Okay.
Around 30.
Gotcha. Do you know Crystal was working during the time of these allegations?
Yes.
Was she working from the home?
No.
Where was she working at?
I'm gonna object to the relevance, Judge.
If she's home, a lot of this could change up whether or not she's being
About
treated.
her.
Oh, well, whether she works out of the house or in the house, that's all.
I think if she's home.
Was she home working?
No.
Never working on the computer at home?
No, not when she was living with us.
The third time you spoke, well, you said you saw Mr. Smith naked, correct?
Yes.
How many times did you see him naked?
Once.
One time, and that was the third incident you spoke of?
Yes.
When you saw him naked, was he completely naked?
No.
Where was he naked at?
Took his penis off his bed and showed him.
Now, take him off or take him down?
Took him off.
Off is in removed, they are in one spot narrow. Did he have any underwear on?
Yes.
Did he remove that underwear?
Yes.
Was there anything noticeable about that area, the groin area? Was there anything noticeable about his legs? Now, you've responded with certain things like, I don't remember. Were you told to respond that way?
No.
Did there ever come a time when Mr. Smith disciplined you for smoking marijuana? Did Mr. Smith ever discipline you for any reason at all?
Yes.
Was that his role to discipline you, or is that your mother's role?
My mother's one.
How many times did Mr. Smith discipline you? Over what period of time?
The whole period.
How long was Mr. Smith part of your life?
About a year.
1 year?
Yes.
When I say part of your life, is that the first time you met him, or did you know if your mother had known him prior to you being introduced?
But she wasn't before. That was my first time personally.
Do you recall when you first met him?
Yes,
When was that?
that was in the summer of 2021.
Summer of 2021? And when was the last time you had any type of communication or seen Mr. Smith outside of obviously right here?
Last year on my birthday,
Last year on your birthday? What month is your birthday?
December 30th.
December 30th. So nearly 1 year ago is the last time you saw him. One second. Do you know Mr. Smith had a brother?
Yes.
Did he pass away?
We object as to relevancy.
It is relevant. She's been with him since. I think she's not telling the truth here. It goes to her credibility, Your Honor. This is a credibility case, and there's nothing else standing besides just her version of events. I believe that she's been together, and I think we'll be able to prove that at the next level.
She's been together.
She has been hanging out with my client, which goes to her credibility on whether or not this is true, and she feels the word she says. Did you attend his brother's funeral?
No, I did not. My mother attended his brother's funeral, but I did not myself attend.
Do you know when he passed away?
No, I did not.
Can you redirect?
When you indicated that Mr. Smith would sometimes discipline you, is that correct? Yes. Okay. Were you angry at him for disciplining you? No. Okay. So all of this that you testified to today is the truth? Yes. No further questions.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. You may step.
People Restaurant.
I have nothing further.
Your Honor, the people moved to bind over as charged. There was testimony in the complaint was raised about 2 separate incidents, all of which being at 14060 Cherry Lawn Street in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne. In October 2021, the witness was very clear that on that day, the defendant touched her outside of her vagina, under her clothes, but still on the outside of her vagina. Vaginal area. December 2021, he again touched her vagina under her clothing, under her underwear, but this time the difference is there was penetration. I asked her the difference between inside versus outside, and she indicated that his hand was inside of her vaginal area, Your Honor, for purposes of count 1. He then, on March 17, 2022, again touched her on her vaginal area, under her clothing, but no penetration. She indicated that he touched her on her breast and forced her to touch his naked penis, and she described something on her stomach, which was, I believe she said it was warm, but it wasn't there prior to him touching her. Your Honor, all of this, suffice to say, that is probable cause that all 3 of these counts have occurred, Your Honor. I think we're beyond probable cause, but for this, for standard here, I think I've got that burden. Thank you, my liver is charged.
Okay. It's a question of fact, sir.
I agree. It is a question of fact. Court, after hearing your testimony, and then determined to satisfy people with their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charge contained in the complaint form. Court finds those charges were committed to the city of Detroit, and court finds probable cause. Then we found those in Wayne County Third Circuit Court criminal division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be December 8, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
With the court order of pretrial services report. Okay. And that's the reason why the court would not be in a position to hear a bond argument today.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. One week. Yeah. One second. That's the next date.
Mr. Blakey, what can I do for you, sir?
For me, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Just dropped off that.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thanks for it.
Okay, appreciate it. How you feeling?
Better. It's all 100%. I went to the.
How are you?
No, I went to the urgent care yesterday. Got some. That helped.
So good.
Thanks.
What's next? Loving?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm just getting set up if you don't mind.
Sure, no problem. Let's have Mr. Riggins with 1511. Yeah, he's coming in out of the. Okay.
This week.
I appreciate it.
Good morning, Mr. Riggins. How you doing?
I'm well.
Calling case 2359882, for the state of Michigan versus Katina Lovett. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault, intention to great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 felony firearm, count 3 domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor, Shelley here for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. They've been serviced by Ken Riggins, P82125 on behalf of Tina Lovett. Ms. Lovett, can you put your name on the record, please?
There's a date, time, set for preliminary examination, Mr. Riggins.
Your Honor, my client understands that she has a statutory right to preliminary examination whereby the state must show by a probable cause standard that she most likely committed a crime in the city of Detroit County, Wayne. After consultation, it's my client's choice to waive the preliminary examination. I have to kind of move forward to Third Circuit Court for further proceedings.
Lovett, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. And you understand, you understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one. And you'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged with a complaint for. You understand this? You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination?
Yes.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit and was probable cause to be committed. Is anyone forcing you to waive the right?
No.
Is anyone promising you? No. Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
Court finds defendant's waivers made knowingly and voluntarily free to give the court. Therefore, find the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court. Approval division for the proceedings. Her arraignment on the information date and time will be December 15, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be continued.
Thank you.
Thank you.
While I have you here, Mr. Riggins, I guess we can go ahead with Danielle Holland.
Oh, yeah.
What's the status of Jonte Boyd?
I'll check it. Here.
Thank you, sir.
Stand right next to your chair.
Mr. Pope disappeared, Judge, but so far nobody else is here.
That's okay. His is not
So
until 12:30 anyway.
Correct.
All right, Danielle Dominique Holland. Calling case 2359792, for the state of Michigan versus Danielle Dominique Holland. Defendant is charged with count 1 child abuse, second degree. Defendant has an additional and important experience on the way.
Good morning, Your Honor. Erin Wellman, P82085, appearing on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff, neighborhood services. I can bring it P82125, the two living on behalf of the Danielle Holland. I'll use your name correct.
Danielle Holland.
Today's date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
People are prepared to proceed, Your Honor. Your Honor, we would ask for a mutual order of sequestration. Doesn't appear to be an issue inside the courtroom.
All right, ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, you are a witness or potential witness. I'm ordering you to log off. Do you have an officer in charge of any person?
My officer in charge is out of the country, so she will not be here.
Are are you with this?
The people call Monique Gilmore. She's in the back.
She's on her way out.
Does anybody know how often?
I don't, and my friends used to do it all the time.
Yes.
3 times a week.
3 times a week? Okay.
Just like the one that I will be.
By chance know the hours that they do that?
It varies depending on where they go. Some of them are open at 7 o'clock in the morning, until 7 p.m. And they're open Monday through Sunday.
Okay, thank you.
You have a plasma expert then.
Take this one. You ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
Give her your name and spell it for her, please.
Oh.
Please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat with us by voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name again for the record?
Monique Gilmore,
How old are you, Miss Gilmore?
29.
Do you know someone by the name of Danielle Holland?
Yeah,
How do you know a person by the name of Danielle Holland?
she's the mother of my nephew.
So you said the mother of your nephew?
Yeah,
What is your nephew's name?
Christian McCall.
Do you know Christian's date of birth?
November 17th, 2020.
So he just turned 3 years old?
Yeah,
How long have you known Danielle Holland?
for 2 years.
Do you know where she lives?
Yeah,
Does she live in a house, apartment, something different?
she stays in a house.
Do you know what street that's on?
Roxbury,
City?
Detroit, Michigan.
Do you see that person by the name of Danielle Holland in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Can you point to that person and describe something that they're wearing?
she has on olive green.
Okay, can you kind of, I know you're a little restricted, but can you try to point? Thank you. Your Honor, please let the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant Danielle Holland.
So noted.
And so we already talked about Christian. Have you been in Christian's life for the entirety of his life?
Yeah.
Do Do you know the name of Christian's father?
Yes, he's my brother,
What is his name?
Christopher McCall.
How old is Christopher?
He's 32.
So Ms. Gilmore, I just want to direct your attention back to a specific date, the date of November 3rd of 2023. Did you happen to have communications with Danielle Holland that day?
Yes, earlier in the day.
Okay. How were you communicating earlier in the day?
She just texted me.
So when you say text, is that through just regular texting, through social media, something different?
Text messages, regular messages.
Did you speak on the phone with Ms. Holland at all that day? Who initiated contact on November 3rd of 2023?
I'm sorry, like as in calling out?
Who texted who first?
Oh, she texted me.
What was the nature of what Ms. Holland was texting you about?
I think she was having a hard time with my nephew.
Would that be your nephew, Christian?
Yes.
So do you text her back?
Yes, I asked her if she wanted me to come get me.
Do you remember what time that was?
No.
After you offered to come get your nephew Christian, does Ms. Holland take you up on that offer? So, did she respond to you at all by text message when you offered to come get Christian?
No.
Now, at some point, do you then receive something else from Ms. Holland that gets your attention?
A video.
So I want to talk about that. Do you remember what time of day that was? Do you recall if it was light out, dark out, something different?
It was in the house.
Okay, but you don't remember what time it was when you actually received the video? How did you receive that video?
It was through a text.
Why did this video get your attention?
It involved my nephew.
So you received this video, what do?
I tell my brother, he told me go get him. I got over there and she didn't answer the door, so I called the police.
Okay, so when you say you went over there, are we talking about the house on Roxbury Street in Detroit? How did you try to alert Ms. Holland that you were there? Did you ring the doorbell, knock on the door?
My cousin was with me. He knocked on the door, she didn't answer, so I called the police and I went to the gas station.
Okay. What is your cousin's name?
Jaquan here.
When you called the police, were you still at the house on Roxbury?
No, I was at the gas station.
Where was that gas station located?
My mistake, you could see Whittier and Cade.
Would that still be in the city of Detroit? Was there a reason you called the police when you saw that video and she wouldn't answer the door?
Yes, I felt like he was in danger.
So, once you get to the gas station, what do you remember happening next?
I called the police, they tell me just sit there, and maybe like 10 minutes go by, 2 patrol cars pull up.
Was that the Detroit Police Department?
Yeah.
So once the patrol cars pull up, do you talk to any officers there while you're at the gas station?
I talked to about 4 of them. They told me just to stay there and they would go to the house and then they would call me once they had Christian.
So at that point, had you seen Christian yet?
No.
Did you show any officers the video?
Yeah.
Where were you when you showed officers the video?
I was still at the gas station. They told me to stay put.
So you did as directed?
Yeah.
So I want to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 1. Approach the witness. We haven't met prior to today, have we? No. Here, that's me. Try to situate this right here. Are you able to see the screen? Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna ask you to watch this and then I'll ask you questions, okay? I'm not publishing it. Volume. Ms. Gilmore, do you recognize what's in that video? Yes, it's was you talked earlier about a video that you received from Ms. Holland on November 3rd of 2023. Was that the video that you received from Ms. Holland? Yeah. And you just watched that video in its entirety? I watched it with the officer. I didn't open it with everything. Okay. But just now when I showed you the video, did I show you the whole video? Yeah. And did it appear that there were any alterations, deletions, anything that was altered about that video? No. That video appeared to be accurate as the same video that you received on November 3rd of 2023? Yeah. Your Honor, people would move to admit people's proposed exhibit 1. Excuse me.
Any objection? No. David?
Okay, permission to publish?
Yes.
Your Honor, am I able to share?
You are.
Oh, okay. Sharing screen for the record, Your Honor. Sharing the sound. And publishing people's proposed 1. Yes. Nothing here for the record. I just have a few more questions, Ms. Gilmore. That video that was just published for the court, did you recognize where that video was taken? Can you tell me where that video was taken? Would that be in the kitchen of Ms. Holland's house or somewhere different? Is there anything else that you recognize in that video? Did you recognize that child? Yes. Who was that child? Was there anything about that video that you recognized about Danielle Holland? I just recognized her hand. Was there something about her hand or the arm that made you? I knew it was her. Now, after you were at the at the gas station, excuse me, you stayed there for a while? Yes, the sergeant told me to wait on his car for me to go get my brother because they couldn't release Christian to me. So, do you ever go back to the house on Roxbury that night after the gas station? I went back once the sergeant told me it was okay to take my brother to get Christian. Is that the first time that you had seen Christian since the video?
Yeah.
How long between the time that you saw the video and then you saw Christian?
It was a minute because they said they had to detain her first before anybody can get Christian.
Once you and your brother Christopher had Christian, what did you guys do next?
They got him examined by DMS and they said it was okay for us to do.
Did you leave at that point?
Yeah.
Did you provide a written statement to the police?
Yes, they took all my information.
And did you speak with a detective or officer over the phone?
Yes, I spoke to a lot of people over the phone.
It's safe to say that you were cooperative with the investigation?
Yeah.
I have nothing further.
Cross-examine.
Good morning, Ms. Gilmore. Now, you say you have known Holland for a number of years.
Yeah.
You've seen her as a mother, correct?
Yeah.
And would you say that anything that happened that day would have been out of character for her?
I'm gonna object as to the relevance.
So you said you received a call. I'm sorry, you received a text on November 3rd, correct?
Yeah.
Never actually spoke to my client on that day, correct?
I didn't speak to her. She texted me, I responded. I didn't hear anything back from her.
All right. So you assume that the person texting you was my client, correct?
Yeah.
But you weren't sure that my client.
I mean, I don't know who else would have her phone to like directly text me.
But you weren't sure that you could not be sure that
I
was my
knew
client,
it was
correct?
her, it was her phone.
So the message came from her phone.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's the only thing that you can say for certain, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I have questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
So the defendant is a friend of yours?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
And,
have a relationship with my brother.
okay. You received the video from the phone number you associate with her, is that right?
Yeah.
So it was her phone number involving her child, is that right? Recognize her hand
Yeah.
in her house, is that right? How old is Christian?
Christian is 23.
Just turned 3. Okay. Any questions based on my questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No. Thank you, you may say. Oh.
Your Honor, yeah, we should probably just address, the court had signed a petition to bring Ms. Gilmore to court. The people are satisfied that she can be released from that.
Okay, still, we want to release you from the witness detained. For future reference, simply understand that you received a subpoena from the court. Someone is trying to subpoena you to be somewhere. That is not an invitation to support. Okay? So you should be released.
And Your Honor, since she still probably has to, or can she just go out this way?
I don't think she has no.
Yeah, so she was brought over by a female officer and Detective Biddle because it was just yesterday that she was picked up. So I believe that they probably would be, it's my understanding they will be taking her, I guess, home or wherever she needs to go.
Okay, they're still here.
They are still here. Detective Biddle is my next witness.
All right.
So
So she can just hang tight and wait for that.
I don't have the order terminated.
Your Honor, I'll need something for detention to release her downstairs.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna need it for. Your next witness, Mr.
People call Ben Biddle.
Order.
I can probably draft one up and send it to Ms. Reynolds real quick when we're done.
Okay.
To make it easy.
Sure.
There's no one's having to wait on me.
All right. Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat, please. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. We got 1 minute left of the morning, so good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name again for the record?
Ben Biddle,
What is your occupation?
detective for the Detroit Police Child Abuse Unit.
How long have you been with the Detroit Police Department?
26 years.
Testified you're with the Child Abuse Unit?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been with the Child Abuse Unit?
24.
I want to direct your attention back to November 3rd of 2023. Were you involved in an investigation regarding an individual by the name of Danielle Holland?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the nature of the investigation?
A child abuse investigation.
Were you the officer in charge of the case?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall who is the officer in charge of the case?
Detective Shatika Brown.
Did you assist Detective Brown with the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the location that the child abuse was alleged to have occurred?
I don't have the one.
Okay, if I showed you a copy of the investigator's report, would that refresh your
Yes,
recollection?
ma'am.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Take a look at that. Does that refresh your recollection as to the location of the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the location of the incident?
10755 Roxbury, City of Detroit.
So you said child abuse. Do you recall the name of the child? If I said the name Christian, does that sound?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what the relationship of the child was to Danielle Holland, who you were investigating?
Her son.
So how did you assist in the investigation?
I took a statement from the mother.
That would be Danielle Holland?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see that person by the name of Danielle Holland in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point to that person and describe something that they're wearing?
The lady with the green shirt on to my right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please let the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant Danielle Holland.
So noted.
How many times did you interview Ms. Holland?
Once.
Where did you interview her?
At the Detroit Detention Center.
Do you recall what time of day that was?
It was daytime.
Still light out?
Yes, ma'am.
When you conducted an interview with Ms. Holland, was she under arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
prior to speaking with Ms. Holland, did you advise her of anything?
Constitutional rights.
Did you use a form with Ms. Holland when you were advising her of her constitutional rights?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Is that a standard form used by the Detroit Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have Ms. Holland read any of those rights aloud to confirm she could understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Ms. Holland appear to have any difficulty reading?
No, ma'am.
Did you ask Ms. Holland if she understood those rights?
Yes, I did.
What did Ms. Holland indicate?
She said she initially by each one of them, she understood them. She signed, dated, and put the time.
Did Ms. Holland appear to be under the influence of drugs or alcohol to you?
No, ma'am.
Did Ms. Holland appear to have a lack of sleep?
No, ma'am.
At any point when you were involved in the investigation, was Ms. Holland deprived of any food or water?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did Ms. Holland ever say, I don't want to talk to you?
No, ma'am.
Did Ms. Holland ever ask you for an attorney before speaking with
No,
you?
ma'am.
I want to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 2. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 2. Can you tell me what that is that I just handed you?
Constitutional rights certificate of notification.
And there's a name at the top there.
Yes, ma'am. Danielle Holland, her date of birth.
Okay, and we're seeing some initials next to those rights.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your handwriting or Ms. Holland's?
Ms. Hollins.
There's a signature there. Whose signature is that?
That would be Ms. Hollins.
Did you personally observe Ms. Holland sign that advice of rights form?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you sign the form anywhere?
Yes, ma'am. At the bottom.
At the bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of the form that you went over and had Ms. Holland initial and sign prior to speaking with her at the
Detroit. Yes, ma'am.
yes, at the where?
Detroit
Detention Center, excuse me. True and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, move to admit people's 2.
No objection.
At this time, I would turn over the witness, if Mr. Riggins would like to voir dire as to voluntariness.
There's no question that.
All right, the court makes the finding that the statement was knowingly and voluntary given. You may proceed.
Now, I don't know if I asked you, I know you said that you spoke with Ms. Holland during the daytime. The investigation started on November 3rd, that night. Did you speak with her that night or the next day?
Next day.
So would that be November 4th of
Yes.
2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if the interview of Ms. Holland was video recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that video provided to the prosecutor's office?
Yes, it was.
Just one moment, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 3. Sharing screen for the record, Your Honor. Can you see that screen up there?
Yes, ma'am.
What are we looking at here?
Video of my statement that was taken on November 4th.
I see some people in that video. Do you recognize those people?
Yes, ma'am. That'd be myself and Ms. Holland.
And in blue, kind of at the bottom there, it says 12:56:18:77 PM 11/4/2023. What does that represent?
Time and date.
Now, prior to this video being provided to the prosecutor's office, did you alter, delete, add any content to this video?
No, ma'am, I did.
This video is accurate as recorded.
Yes, ma'am.
People move to admit people's 3.
Any objection? No objection. Admitted.
Your Honor, the people are going to publish a small portion for the court. Let me just get it, I'm almost to the right spot. people are publishing at 12:58 PM. Playing now.
He get his phone. He see all the texts she called, and he asked her like, he didn't even get a chance to fully ask her like, why is you calling me? Until I blurted out and say, I know you're not talking to this bitch while I'm here. So me and him got into it. So I told Chris, you know, I'm done. This stems from Friday morning all the way into present. Back and forth. The whole time at work is in the text messages. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I told him, like, I just don't want to be here no more. I say, I'm gonna take the baby. I should just kill us all. I did say that.
You said that to Chris?
Yeah.
You said, what you say to him? When you said that Friday morning?
Like, in the afternoon.
In the afternoon, you said, what you say to him?
I said, you don't care. I should just kill myself. I said, I'm tired. I'm tired.
First you said you should kill us all.
Yeah.
You should talk about your kids?
No, not my kids.
Who's all? You say all.
Not the other kids. I just feel like.
What's the other kids?
The baby.
You say, did you mean the baby when you say kill us all?
Yeah.
Okay.
I said, would you be mad if I drown them? Would you be mad if I kill her? Like, would you be mad? So then he said, Danielle, don't. He said, I'd be mad at you, and I would hate you if you do something to yourself and your baby. It's in my phone. So me, I'm being mad. The way I am, I'm such an overthinking. My overthinking is fucked up. I'm just gonna be honest. So I'm like, okay, I'm not getting the response I need. So I text his sister. I say, Monique.
What's sister name?
Monique.
Monique.
I can't remember exactly what I texted her, but she asked me, do you want me to come and get the baby? I say, we ain't gonna be no longer be here. So I stopped answering the phone. I stopped answering all his calls. His name in my phone is say fuck boy. So I stopped answering all his calls. Monique texted me, I never respond back. I could presume to cook. Still didn't call back. Chris, I can't tell you exactly what he said, but he said, Danielle, don't hurt him.
And what?
I ran the water. My intention wasn't to drown him. My intention was to just make it seem I can get a reaction from him.
From who?
His dad.
Okay, that's you trying to get a reaction from him?
Yeah, that's it. I wasn't trying to physically drown my baby. I turned on the water and I put him over the sink and I did like that and he started crying, so I stopped. And I sent the video to Monique.
So
I seen them knock on my door.
Who seen knock on your door?
Monique and Quan off my camera. And I didn't let them in, but they hurt my kids. The police came.
Was your kids home when this happened?
Yeah.
Was your kids watching this happen?
No.
Where were you at when?
They were eating. I was making plates.
Where were you at? Did they hear their baby brother crying?
Yes.
They asked mom what's going on? No.
No.
What time did this happen?
It was last night. I don't
Last
know.
night. How long did you hold him underneath that water?
I just took his head and did like that while the water was running.
The video shows like 12 seconds. That's a long time.
It wasn't like I grabbed the phone, did like this, put the phone, put him down, and then turned it off.
Was his head underneath the water?
It was like in there, but the water was running.
Let me ask you something. Was his head underneath that water?
I don't know. Probably, yeah.
Now, how long did you hold his head underneath the water?
Not that long.
How old is Christian?
He's going to be 3.
3 years old.
I'm not a bad person.
And I understand that, and nobody's saying you bad. Something is going on, though, okay? What did you tell him, and what did you tell the dad? That you should do what?
Kill myself.
And kill who else?
Baby.
Has this ever happened before?
Never. Never. I don't even whoop my kids.
I am stopping at 1:02:16 PM. And I'm stopping share for the record. Detective Fiddle, did you assist in the investigation regarding Daniel Holland in any other capacity?
No, ma'am.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step. Come on.
I just wanted to. Oh, no, not understand. Just a.
Take care.
No, not yet.
Any other witnesses for the hearing?
No further witnesses for the people, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defense?
No for the defense, Your Honor.
People.
Your Honor, the people do move for bind over at this time. Ms. Holland is charged with 1 count of child abuse in the 2nd degree. That is for an act likely to cause serious physical harm to a child. The people did present the testimony of Monique Gilmore, who testified on November 3rd, 2023. She received a video from Ms. Holland, from Ms. Holland's phone number, and the video was alarming to her. She thought her nephew was in danger, so she called the police. Ms. Holland herself in her police interview admitted that she sent that video to Ms. Gilmore. The court saw the contents of that video, wherein the water is running and 2-year-old Christian, almost 3 years old, but 2 years old at the time, was put under that water, and you can see Ms. Holland's arm pushing him down into a bucket within the sink of water as well. Certainly, Your Honor, that did put Christian at a likelihood of serious physical harm. What's most compelling is the statement of Ms. Holland, who basically did all of this to get a reaction out of little Christian's father, and basically said, you know, I should just kill myself and Christian. Thankfully, Christian was not harmed in this incident, but certainly the people have presented evidence through the video and through the police interview of Ms. Holland for our burden of probable cause. We are asking the court to bind over as charged.
But, you know, we recognize this is going to be a question of fact.
I agree. It is a question of fact. Court after hearing the testimony of the witnesses testified here today and satisfied the people met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause for the district community. Then it will be bound over to Wayne County 3rd Circuit Court Criminal Division proceedings. Current arraignment on the information date and time will be December 8th, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor. With court ordering DSU.
I can do that.
So, should it just say terminate?
Order terminating recognizance for material witness, or order terminating attachment?
That's fine.
Order terminating attachment of witness?
Yes.
Yes.
You must have a seat every other.
Still 100% by next week.
Yes. Oh, no.
Let me know if that's okay, it's pretty simple. You need me to add something? No, I have it. Open here. Yeah. Sorry. You received it.
Oh,
Did you send it to the judge? I just sent it to you. Oh, oh, I sent it to your email. Sorry.
yes.
You want me to send it to the judge?
Okay, yes, come on.
Oh. You got it?
Yeah.
Okay. It wasn't closed down yet, just in case.
Yeah, I was just so I
Can you just show me that? I don't have arguments to say that. And she's ready, but I explained to her.
Does it look okay to you, Ms. Brown? Yeah. Okay.
Hey,
Does the trip?
just track trouble again. Listen, I'm trying to stay out of trouble. You understand me? Just trying to rectify that situation with the Weaver thing. Because they actually initially said we need a release and an order. Well, the order doesn't have this information.
Huh? That's what the big guy.
So there was a.
Hi, how are you?
So first of all, I do. So
Oh, no.
We get the rest of it here, like $65 each. In pocket. So it took us to put on one of the cards to yes, sir, he did, and I'm very appreciative. And if I understand that he had signed they went to like the process. So they was like, well, no.
Yeah.
It was a order to release the phone.
I think that's, yeah. Maybe walk over to see the Christmas tree. Yeah. Yeah, with the cups. You have an exam I need to do?
Everybody have a nice weekend. Thank you. Have a good one.
Let me have
Right there, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Listen, I'm trying. Busting and fighting, holding up at the same time. It's like I'm yet strapped. Yeah. Hold on one second, have a seat. I appreciate you. I'm gonna campaign to stay in the truck. What's wrong? What's wrong? Just have a seat. He'll come back in and talk to you. Thank you. Have a seat. Yeah. All right. Have a good weekend, everybody. Yeah.
I'm working on how. I'm working on how.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, Judge.
Mister, come on.
So you're gonna have to calm
You
down.
got to calm down. You probably have a stand right next to your turn. No, next to your turn.
No, sir, we're not having that. Calling case 2359897, people of the state of Michigan versus Jonte Lee Lamar Boyd. Defendant discharged in count 1 criminal sexual conduct, first degree murder felony. Count 2 unlawful imprisonment. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Kristen Klein, got the people, P8395.
Your Honor, may it please the sound because very quick on behalf of Jonte Boyd on stands to my immediate left. My P number is 48164. Mr. Boyd, state your name for the record. Jonte Boyd.
All right, today's the date and time set for preliminary examination.
Today is Judge, and I have had the opportunity to have some discussion with my client's mother as well as with my client. I think that I'm in a position where I need to refer Mr. Boyd for a competency exam.
All right, the court will refer the defendant's forensic center for a competency evaluation. We'll set a review date for March 11th, 2024 at 9:00 a.m.
Your Honor, may I mean, let the court know I did give defense people's notice of intent to submission report and the testimony. I would just ask that
I can also give the court a copy of that lab report when it comes time. Everyone is on notice that I intend to use that.
Okay.
I acknowledge receipt of the judge.
All right, that's fine.
And so the other issue, Judge, is I'm asking for a bond in reference to Mr. Boyd. Mr. Boyd is a lifelong resident. He has strong community ties. I know that the court would be concerned in terms of his whereabouts. We ask that we have no objections to a tether being placed on Mr. Boyd, allowing him to just demonstrate to the court that he's going to be where he's supposed to be and doing what he needs to do. These are the first allegations of this type ever for Mr. Boyd. He had, I believe, another matter that was taken under hiding, completely hiding everything that's supposed to be.
Your Honor, at this point, the people have asked that bond remain in place as is. People's theory in this case is that predatory conduct was used in this case, that the defendant had been driving through this neighborhood often, has spoken with the teenage girls of that neighborhood, that picked up one of the teenage girls who was in a sling at the time to drive her to a gas station.
In a sling.
She had her arm in a sling and used that as a, you look injured, let me help you drive you to the gas station. And then after he drove to the gas station, asked, what are you going to do for me? To me, that's predatory conduct. At this point,
You're not helping yourself, sir. Shut up.
And further, with the competency being requested, I would ask that the bond remain in place of that competency, and the Center Forensic can do that while he is in custody and not have any issues with that.
That is my normal course, Mr. Pope. I have a defendant who has been referred for competency evaluation. I prefer so there aren't any issues, because in my experience, when I do have defendants that are out and they have to report on their own volition, it usually doesn't work out good.
Well, Judge, I've had situations where my clients have been out. The forensics, they contact me.
They do.
And I contact the family and my client. And I believe in terms of the support that he has, he'll be where he's supposed to be.
Well, I do acknowledge the support that he has. Good afternoon, folks. But understand and appreciate my position. I know absolutely nothing about this case, other than what this defendant was charged with and the defendant's behavior and coming out there. Swearing since he's been out there, he's been kind of out of control. This court has, and he's calling me man. I have some real concerns about whether or not this defendant poses a danger to the community. Not so much as a flight, but I don't believe that, because he has very fine counsel, and it looks like he has very supportive family as well. But I'm concerned about if there is a mental health issue, if that's something I should be concerned about, whether he's going to do something while he's out. I don't know if he's on hiding, if he was on hiding for, but nonetheless, of course, when they're on the side of caution, we'll continue. Thank you.
You want to talk to him?
Thank you. That's very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me call him.
Folks, that concludes the docket for today. Hope to see you tomorrow, same back station, same back time. Well, not tomorrow, Monday. We hope to see you Monday, same back station, same back time. Almost forgot it was Friday. Come on. Boy.
Oh,
Step out. Thank you. Use love, Mr. Coach.
I hear it. I got some already.
Huh?
I got some already.
He's all set. He's all set. No, I. That all set right there.
Well.
Right, you enjoy your weekend, yeah. You too. That's how you end the Friday. That's how you end the Friday. Yes. Sure. Okay.